Hello everybody, how's it going? Welcome to a Saturday stream. I'm TeknoAXE of Techno Royalty Free Music. My name is Matt. And today I'm going to be making some music. This is going to be a process, and I will say that I don't stream very often because I'm not very prominent and not very practiced in streaming. But if you like the process, or if you want to learn about the process, I can show you kind of like what I do to kind of make music and everything like that. So yes, I've got a voice. It's very surprising when people hear my voice because obviously my voice broadcasts are few and far between. But I hope you enjoy this. So what you've got in front of you right now is called Reaper. It's the music program that I use to make music most often. Um, and it's very good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of turn things over and then just show you and maybe try to explain what I'm doing. So, um, hello, how's it going, Hitman, Grivok, uh, Steven Seagal, you know, my Twitter, Jess Frey, uh, Guraashi. I'm not sure if that's how you say that, but thank you all for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. Um, have you ever sampled your own voice in a track? Uh, yes, I did sing in one of my tracks a couple of years ago in 2018-ish. I believe it was like kind of a lo-fi mix between like lo-fi and rock and stuff like that. And it turned all right. I need some voice lessons though. And also I'm really deep voice, which means I can't do any like guttural screams. You know what I mean? What they do for like heavy metal and stuff like that. They get like real high. And I'm more like a country star, except country is not my favorite genre. Um, Although I can pick it up. I would if I did like country. If I did country, I would probably go for like the super old school stuff from like the 30s, because I feel like I like that kind of better. You know what I mean? Uh, and I will definitely make more 8-bit music. That is something that is always a regular. Sometimes I phase in and phase out to like certain genres. You know, sometimes like right now, a mainstay of my music is obviously synthwave, and I do that quite a bit. Not as much as last year. I did a ton of synthwave last year, but um, you know, it's something that I like come back to because it allows me for creativity, and the same goes for like 8-bit as well. You know, 8-bit is something that is always it always forces me to go into like melody and things like that. So it's pretty good to do. So Angels Flying Through Hell is one of my favorite. Yeah, I like that too. I think, and the reason because the chord progression in that one is super interesting, right? It sounds very LA-ish, if that makes any sense. It sounds like something the chord progression and the way it kind of wahs in and wahs out with the low pass filter. It definitely is something that it's got a very good grit to it, I guess you could say. So much that I redid the song last year as well. So um, I guess one of the good things about the craziness of last year is that it did kind of restart my interest in producing music. You know what I mean? Because I was on furlough and you know I was out of work for a couple weeks at a time. And so when you're locked down and on furlough, what better thing to do than to produce music? Or else you go crazy, right? You got to have something to do when you're not doing anything. And so that's what I chose to do. And also Star Citizen. And we will talk about that later. I'm kind of a lukewarm gamer, I guess you could say. And sometimes I play the games and then I say to myself, my God, what am I doing? I just wasted all this time getting these ships, and I don't know. They're gonna probably take it away. It's fine. But Deep Six Wub is my favorite. Uh have you ever Yeah, I mean, wow. I'd have to look that up. Sometimes I forget the names of my tracks, to be honest. But I'm glad you like it. That's dubstep though, isn't it? Dubstep is an interesting genre. It was in style in 2011, and I don't know if I figured out how to progress that genre beyond 2011. Let's see. My favorite is still Grunge Beauty, which I made in 2011, like 10 years ago. It's crazy to think about, but yeah, it's maybe one of these days I'll come up with that. Uh, Waypoint O is my most go-to. That's pretty good. Wait, and that's good because that's rather recent. And Synthwave C, glad you like that one. That one is a lot of these tracks that seem to stick with people are things that I have no plans on. I go into the track not having any sort of like plans on what I want to do. So I'm glad you guys like that and everything like that. So all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of just start right here. I've got like something that I was using to test out the audio because I'm doing this on Streamlabs, right? Because I want to be able to see the chat and stream, and I've got 3 screens and limited. I mean, even that's limited space for me to kind of work in and everything like that. So this gray box right here that looks rather boring. That's where I do most of my work. I do have a reason here, but uh, this is where I do my work. This is one of my new synthesizers. It's Massive X. Uh, it is it's a good synthesizer in some respects, but I have to wonder if Native Instruments was doing drugs when they finished this. I mean, you've got a lot of good waveforms here, right? And the list of waveforms that you can go through is actually pretty cool. The remastered stuff from the last iteration of Massive is the last iteration of Massive is a classic, right? And so a lot of these waveforms are really appreciated. And so redoing that was pretty cool. But I mean, and a lot of the controls are right. I don't feel like this synthesizer is finished though. I'll show you what I mean. There's a lot of this stuff that I use on the old program that I don't necessarily have access to just quite this minute. Um, yeah, the stereo spread right here would be super fine without having to go to this effect right here. This is stereo stuff and everything. But before I get ahead of myself, I'm just going to go ahead and write some notes, and I'll um, I'll take a look at the chat and respond to you guys as well. What's up, Fat Mouse? How are you guys doing? Um, can I use your 8-bit view in my video? Yes, you can. Definitely. Uh, People still use my music in their videos, and I'm super hyped about that. Granted, there's been a slowdown in YouTube overall, but I feel like there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that are kind of putting everything in limbo. So, but in any case, I super appreciate you guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go here and I'm going to. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually delete this out of my effects and start over from scratch. So we have a nice clean slate, right? Okay. So all we have right now is one track here, and I've marked it massive. And I'm going to bring up some instruments here. Got Massive X. What do you guys like? Do you like uh I guess we could do like maybe try to do something like industrial or something like that, right? I could do industrial. I can do like glitch hop. Um, I would try to do orchestra stuff, but I feel like that stuff is uh, all you do basically is load up like the instruments like violins and things like that, and then the whole process is just writing the notes down and everything like that. So headlights. SoundCloud is a good program. I'm not in the habit of uploading. Um, and I think one of the reasons is I'm trying to weigh whether it's worth it to pay for the unlimited subscription and stuff like that. Um, Obviously, with things like YouTube, it is something that you can do to upload as many videos as you like for free, and that I do appreciate that. Um, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So industrial. Does that sound like we'll attempt to do an industrial track, but um, a lot of times I'll go into things with a definite plan, and then it'll take on a a you know, a veer off to the left and everything like that. Industrial glitch hop mixture. We can try that as well. Okay. So what I want to try to do then is I'm going to set the BPM here. This little like field right here that you probably can't read because it's so small. We'll put it at 94 beats per minute and then see how it goes here. So with that in mind, we are not going to go with battery just yet, or I mean in massive just yet. Well, we're going to go with battery here, and battery is going to load up here any day now. Oh my goodness. Okay, so battery is like one of my go-tos for like drumming, especially when you're in the electronics things. In this upgrade, I upgraded my complete from native instruments from 11 to 13, and they literally dumped like 100 drum sets onto it. So what I can do is kind of audition some of the drum sets for you, just you know, just to give you an idea of how this works and everything. So Big Wave Kit is one of my favorites. It's a mainstay that I use actually, but there's a Bosnia kit. See how this goes. We're not going to use the Bosnia kit. I can almost guarantee you. But let's see. It takes a little bit to load up. I have got like an extra hard drive that like warms up once you select a drum set, so it'll load up here in a new synthwave industrial mix. Those go pretty good together actually. Yeah. Uh, you guys hear that? The Okay, that's a Bosnia kit. Okay. All right. We can do that, or we can go with blue. Most likely, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the mainstay, so because I can spend literally hours like pre all this, and I'm sure you guys just don't want to hear me tapping on this like for hours on end, right? Let's see. Okay, let's go with. I want to see. We'll do a couple more kits before we go back to where we want to be. Uh, the the crime kit. Well, that. I like that snare actually. Uh, the kick is a little bit long for me, so what I can do is I can kind of like that's too much of a cut there. Just play around with decay. It's either too long or too short. There we go. Okay. So Control I to bring up the window here. And okay, so I have upgraded quite a bit of my musical stuff in the last month. One of it includes getting a guitar, you know, a guitar and a guitar processor. I have not played guitar in a few years, so I kind of suck still. So, but eventually I will be good enough that, you know, I will proudly display my guitar skills and grow a mullet. And then you guys will love me for my guitar skills instead of programming the stuff in this piano roll, right? Awesome. All right. So with the slow industrial, you know, like 9-inch nails, I really like doing the 4 on the floor, kind of like a techno-ish beat, but like just really slow, right? Um Ernie, is that how you spell it? Ernest? I noticed. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ernest. Uh, what kind of guitar I got? I got something super expensive. it's a Gretsch. It's a Gretsch thin line hollow body, and it one of the ways I'll get good is like the inspiration of dropping that much money in a guitar. And it's not, I didn't get it, it'll be good at shredding. Don't get me wrong. But uh, the Gretsch is like a semi hollow body. So not only is it good at shredding, but also when you get into the bridge pickups, it'll be super good for like super clean and like laid back clean sounds, which is one of the other things that because I was trying to find for the longest time great clean sounds for my for guitars and stuff like that. So you can like um uh I mean you will get a hum with the hollow body, but at the same time the sound quality I feel like um of the bridge pickups will be, or the neck pickups, sorry about that, will be super good. It'll be just enough. It will be like with the bridge pickups, you'll have like uh, like kind of a very, very rhythm and very like harsh sound to it, right? Um, but like with the neck pickups, you get that nice relaxed sound that you can do like blues and things like maybe I can add like some clean guitars to something like synthwave, you know what I mean? Or like super slow synthwave, right? Um, okay. So, uh, yeah. Hey, Kelly, how's it going? I recognize you. Yes, definitely. Um, a lot of people here definitely are people who regularly comment on my videos, and I I definitely appreciate it. Is it like 3-5 style? I'm not sure what 3-3-5 style is. Oh wait, okay, hold on. Okay, so the Gretsch that I've got is kind of the shape of a Les Paul, a Les Paul. I don't know what you call it, but it's like the high-end guitar that it's like the classic shape, not the AC/DC variety, but the one with just the single cut, and I love that guitar too. And this is kind of that shape. Um, maybe okay. I'm gonna turn on the cam. Wasn't really I wasn't really going to get on cam, but I'm going to just really quickly fire it up so you can see what it is. Okay. Let's see, video capture device, right? I'm super small. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. So now you see my ugly mug, and I'm trying to resize this. Can I not do it? Here we go. All right. Hold on. So I spent like $1,000 on this freaking thing, right? And it's got the hollow cutouts, so it's kind of like an acoustic guitar and an electric guitar at the same time, right? Um, but it's not okay, so it's also a thin line frame right here too. It's not thick like some of the super like bluesy uh, some of the bluesy guitars. And I feel like I feel like if you guys like the beard, I will keep myself up just a little bit in the corner so uh, uh, so you guys can still see the program. But like, so the guitar that I got, I think, is a good kind of uh, compromise between. Um, yeah, I mean, I love the tone of this. Like, I play it constantly because I super love the tone, and so I I definitely would like to practice more. And when I get really good, it's going to be part of the music. So so Oh, okay, yeah. But did you see like the cutout? It was kind of like a Les Paul, basically, right? Uh, oh, okay. So I don't know. Is that? I mean, it's a Gretsch for sure, right? And the Gretches are not. They're not like as famous as like uh, as Stratocasters or Les Pauls. But I've always wanted kind of like a semi-hollow thing for the tone and stuff like that. So uh, my USB sounds like plugging a patch cable into a ditch. Okay, so I have one more guitar. I'll show you one more guitar really quick because this is what it replaced. Oh, and that was actually my paperweight for my microphone, so I'm gonna really quickly show it to you and put it back where it's supposed to be. I'm running on duct tape and literally strings to hold this microphone up. But okay, so this is a 7-string Schecter. It is 7 strings. It probably needs a bit of a tune-up in terms of I need to take the plug-in cable and I need to replace the jack. I probably need to take the bridge pickups off. All right, we good? All right, good. So I need to probably take the bridge pickups off to see there's like a disconnection there. So I need to like reconnect that. So yeah, so those are my 2 guitars. I do have an acoustic, which I haven't played in a while, and I don't know where it is. It's probably in my closet somewhere. So yeah. Oh, okay. Uh, oh, way too. Ooh, ooh. See what I mean? It's just like you get to the first spot and then you decide you don't like it, so you definitely readjust for things that you do like. So uh, okay, see if okay. Use the cursor. Okay, this is my cursor, and it's like all over the place, and it's so small. I don't know if you can actually like see it. Um, uh, you most have to see the boards sound amazing. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Definitely. Um, Till Your Engine Stops and Mechanical Dusk are my favorite of your tracks. What's thank you very much. Wait, NGO. Um, I'm going to restart the Until Your Engine Stops series pretty soon. I just gotta like I've gotta uh, I've gotta basically figure out what I want to do with that series now because I kind of ended it. I'm kind of made an album out of the first 17 tracks. So all right, so I think uh, okay, that's way too loud though. So so this is gonna start out pretty 80s ish, I guess, in tone because this is where you got the 16th notes on the hi hat. Ooh, I don't know. We need to do something about that. Okay, where's that hi hat at? decay that too much. And I believe we have like maybe some sort of setting problem here. Almost. There's a thing that sometimes these settings have like a limit to a number of like instruments that you can play. So let me see if I can find that real quick. Set up voices 32 and oh, you know what I did? Okay. Somehow I got the decay on this too much for sure. Okay. We're going to kind of lengthen that out again. And we need to have that a little louder as well. Because I like, I like the the snare to be able to have its own place, Sometimes I don't like it when the snare is like left in the background and it's just like the kick drum. So, but okay, this is way too loud. All right, so we're gonna bring this back here and apply a couple more effects to it, because this is usually what I do with these tracks. And this is mainly to help the clarity of the set with the entire mix, because some of the challenges of actually doing a track, producing a track, is to actually have everything clear and in its own place, and that especially applies to the drum set. So what I have here is transient master. A lot of the stuff, like I know there are like presets and stuff like that, but they seem to work and adjust them very very slightly to kind of just make sure that you're not overdoing it on the effects and everything like that. So I have two things here. Put a drum bus behind that. And I think that is good for now. So this is basically the bass line right here, and we can just kind of like, this is a basic 4 on the floor, and you just basically, have maybe 4 things, so you have kind of a beat to work with. What's up, Wind Wizard? How are you guys doing? And hey, Mr. Habanero, how's it going? Nice to see you here. Everything. So, all right. So we're gonna rename that bat 4. And right off the bat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a ducking bus. And we'll get to that later when I actually get the instruments all set up. I'll show you what the ducking bus is all about. Okay, so we have lots of instruments to choose from. This Contact plugin right here is basically a lot of instruments like together, so it has like hundreds of instruments inside of it. Did I really do that? All right, double click. So just to give you an idea, you've got this guy right here. This is the upgrade. This is my prior. These are my prior iterations of Contact. They upgraded to Contact 6 from Contact 5, and they just decided to name the plugin Contact just to confuse the crap. I should probably get rid of these guys right here. Wait, I did make Jacksepticeye's intro song. That was a long time ago, and that was before he was actually famous. So I made it, and then he kind of like made an outro for it, and that was pretty cool. Also beforehand, do you guys remember the guy who made Daisy? And he used that track along with another one to do he was doing a motion capture video for his Daisy video because he was trying to make a standalone Daisy like uh, a standalone Daisy kind of thing, where instead of doing the Armada modification, he was just gonna go, this is the game as we programmed it, not a modification of the original game. So, Joe, uh, are you planning to make some tracks similar to the ones Dr. Disrespect uses in videos like Dark Angry Synthwave? I gotta admit that I'm fairly out of touch with who's who on YouTube or Twitch. I think I've heard of Doctor Disrespect, but I can try to see if I can introduce myself to the videos that is Doctor Disrespect. Um, Yeah, I remember. Yeah, no, I remember Maga Meeks and everything. She was pretty cool too. I actually wrote a couple of outros for her as well. She wanted some custom work, and so I actually wrote some of that stuff for her. So, um, is she? Hey, is she still online? I kind of lost track of her and stuff like that. Um, let me let me bring the chat kind of over here, right? Okay, there we go. So I can see a little kind of. I've got to learn how to place this freaking microphone. It's like humongous, and let's do it here. There we go. That's so much more convenient. My microphone's over here, and you guys are now over there. And so now I can see you with clarity without like breaking my neck. I was like, that's a yoga stretch, I think. Where you have just yoga stretch. Not really, but I'm sure it's kind of halfway there. Uh, all right, so we have a lot of like instruments with contact and stuff like that. I will leave this to later. I will probably need it for later, but I'll just kind of like name it contact, just to let people know that it is a contact thing. Uh, you were in a video with her and Chrism. Please get back in contact. I will, yeah. General Kenobi. Okay, am I that old that I'm General Kenobi or like Obi-Wan? I mean, I do have a beard though, and it is kind of green, so I understand. Is lo-fi hard to make? Kind of. Um, in the respect that it doesn't really require a whole lot of instruments, but there's a lot of like timing issues that you have to purposely inject into the tracks. And I feel like you're working with mainly like jazz scales and things like that to just like different scales to make it more relaxed. And during the first part of my YouTube stuff, my music stuff, I was doing more heavy metal, and so kind of transitioning more into the relaxed stuff, it can definitely be a challenge for sure. What we're gonna do? Okay, we're gonna bring back up Massive X. Actually, so we'll bring up one of those guys. Uh, Crink's TV is the channel name. Okay, I will look her, and she is on YouTube, right? Is that correct? Um, I don't. Is YouTube that young? I don't. God, I don't know. I feel like there are older people, but then they get into more like serious topics. Uh, like, let's see. All right. So what we hear is a nice fresh version of Massive X. Before we get into the settings, we can probably play around with notes. Gonna hit the R key right there. You see this little button right there? It'll basically loop between this right here, so you can basically write some notes here. Okay. Uh, Good start. I might like to, kind of modify this as we go along, but let's see what this sounds like. Kind of loop this out. Uh, this guy needs to be here. And we'll change some of the notes. Uh, okay, I can basically adjust the pitch however I want. I mean, these are basic notes, and so it does kind of have a bearing with how the instrument sounds, but you can also adjust the notes here uh, via the pitch shifters right here on the notes here. So let's say if I wanted. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to kind of play around with the waveforms, because what you heard right there is kind of like a saw wave. And with this most basic form, that's what they kind of like do the initial settings for this kind of instrument, just so you're kind of at the basics. So I'll go through some like settings uh, to show you what I can do with these things. So. Okay, this is one of the nicer things about Massive X is that and this is how I kind of like tried to, I was able to learn some of the automation a little bit more. Uh, I do automation better, I guess you could say, on Reaper. A lot of my automation usually is on Reason, but we'll go into this and, all right, so with this, with a lot of these synthesizers, I like a more dynamic feel to what you're hearing. So what I just did is I automated position 1, which is this guy right here, and that controls the waveform that you're hearing. So this right here basically is called a wavetable, and what that is basically it's a set of oscillations that you can kind of move through by basically rotating this knob, right? So in my song, song here, you can see that I brought up this right here. I did that by bringing up this trim right here, and I have X'd in 01 POS 1, and that's basically connected to this guy right here. And so you can kind of do lots of little crazy things. Um, and I just like a little bit of variation, although sometimes I'll go kind of crazy and everything like that. So if I say we'll do a automation point here. This is kind of like if you're familiar with the way Adobe works or like any sort of video processing program, this is kind of the same thing. It's kind of like keyframing, but in my head, this is a lot easier than keyframing because you're not dealing with, I don't know, it's the flow is just better for me, I guess, you know. So if I go like this and we'll see, bring in another point here. Uh, and we'll just kind of bring in some variation here as well. Okay. I'm imagining that this is kind of like a relaxed version of that. So I like that. So we can try that. So let's get back to the instrument though. Actually, let's bring it back up. All right. So that's not the only thing that you can do with Massive. At Stevens to go Stigall, thank you very much for the super chat. Your beard is as glorious as your beats. Thank you very much. I will keep the beard. I had a beard for a couple years now, and I think I will never go back. I actually like it quite a bit. So, some other things that you can do here. So this is like a low pass filter. It's all right. It's all right. Bring in a little bit of a distortion to see how that kind of like mixes in. So. Okay, so hello Cosmo Fox, how are you doing? Okay, so I don't know. What do you think that's? I mean, I could apply more effects to this, but do you like that sound? You guys like that sound? I feel like there's other things that we can do, but in terms of like, you know, industrial, it doesn't really require a whole lot of like shifting and stuff like that. We can kind of go into some external effects as well if you want to go into that, which we do have. This is all the effects that I've got right now. It's a little bit more complicated to choose from than say what I've got for instruments and stuff like that. The first thing that I usually do is I apply an EQ setting, and this is across the board. This is a setup that I usually do. What I do is I usually just cut out the low end here, and we've got one notch here for around 400 hertz. This is about 389, but we can move it up to like 400 and stuff like that. But you'll see this setting a lot with a lot of the instruments that are not the bass guitar or the bass subwoofer. The reason for that is that this, and we've got one here for about 1500 hertz as well. And the reason for that is because this actually makes quite a bit of room for the kick and the snare to exist. And a lot of times you will not need like all the frequencies of a certain instrument to sound pretty good. So bringing that in, and you can kind of hear that the bass is kind of okay, and it kind of did thin out. And so what I want to do as well is I'll bring in some like other effects as well. Supercharger is one of my go-to. We'll widen the mix here. And to add a little bit more drive, I'm gonna do like a C driver here. A neon beard. I mean, I could try to do that. Yeah. Um, I'll let you know how that goes. Uh, I'm sure the people at my work will have comments if I do a neon beard. Like which color of neon though? Neon yellow or purple? Um, let's see here. There's a lot to choose from here. But usually I go for at least a little bit of reverb to kind of like so just a little bit. Okay. I think that's pretty good for a bass beat, right? Um, and we can do now. We can create another instrument. Oh, but before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically put this underneath, not that one right there. Also, this one right here. This is going to be a bus that has like you can apply effects to all these instruments underneath it. Um, Welcome back. Glad to be back. I don't know if anybody saw me live when I was doing it back in 2013, but the high voltage purple. I mean, we'll see. Interesting color for sure. Yeah. Uh, I'll let you know when I do that. Purple. Uh, I wear a lot of blues though. I'm not sure what to like actually. Maybe if I like wore all grays and stuff like that. Go for another massive and everything. All right, you know what we can do. Okay, just to show you like different things, I've got this context. I would say bus here because basically you've got basically a bunch of instruments that you can kind of choose from. Uh, this is kind of like an exploration thing for me too, because obviously there are tons of new instruments that I have not used yet, and so actually let's go for Farlight and everything like that. So this is Farlight. It's a new instrument that they added to Contact with this complete 13 and everything like that. And with this sort of pad, you kind of want to use sparingly, almost like an underpinning of what you got here. You've got a very kind of like um, very all over the place eclectic kind of rhythm going here or like melody and stuff like that. So if you add in a pad right here, you want to make sure first that you're in key because obviously it's the worst thing if you're out of key and then you have like a half step between one of your notes and this pad here you kind of get really dissonant and stuff like that. So um, that is the default sound. Do we want to try to play around with that, or do I gotta go with this? It's got a very Blade Runner feel to it, which kind of explains the artwork on this instrument. Um, okay, so We, or do you consider something along Blade Runner style sometime? I mean, I have kind of done it a couple times. I can do it again, definitely. Um, it's always a challenge trying to decide what kind of genres that I want to do next, everything. So let's actually stick with this and see what we can make of it. Just and if we want to tweak it later on, we'll do that. Um, so we'll bring in a track. We'll do Farlight. So what this is I'm bringing up a new track that will interface with Contact, right? Because Contact is kind of an input instrument. It does you can input into it, but you can only input into the first MIDI channel, which is this right here, MIDI channel 1. But with this particular instrument, you can add more instruments into it, and it'll assign those instruments into like other MIDI channels. Like the next one will be MIDI channel A2, and then the next one will be A3, and so on and so forth. So what I need to do now that I've created this instrument right here is this is the contact that I want to interface. I've got this little icon that I press here, and I'll go into this, and this is a send that sends the MIDI signal into the contact instrument when I select number 5 here, which is labeled contact instrument. And this is not a defined thing. What I named here is basically what shows up here, right? And so the last thing that I need to do is I need to output to MIDI channel 1, right? Now I can go into this and create like a window here, bring the window here. One of the cool things about Reaper is that you've got these indicators showing what you can see in this window. I'll bring up the massive X that we programmed just about a minute ago. And so you can see the notes kind of overlaid, underlaid from what you're doing right now. So it's kind of low. The other thing I'm going to do is because I want to process this instrument separately and not on the contact channel, I need to create an output for it, right? We are currently at output 1, which is the default for this particular instrument, contact. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this down arrow right here and create a separate track right here for Farlight. Then I'm going to redirect that output to auxiliary output plugin out 3 and 4, right? And that just means I have to basically stop the song before I actually start it back up again to be able to show up there. Then I need to actually do an additional track here, Farlight out, right? And instead of doing a send, we are now going to do a receive. And just like we selected contact for the previous, the send that we actually sent out, we're now going to select contact for the receive. And you've got this audio selection where you can select the audio outputs. And this time we're going to go into channels 3 and 4, right? So now that I've got that set up, the output right here goes into our separate track here. So I can basically what I want to do is I want to kind of like bring down the volume just a little bit so it doesn't overpower what we've got here. Behind the scenes, yes. Glad everybody likes to do it too. So awesome. Thank you. Okay. Maybe just a little bit louder here. I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring the loop out just a little bit so I have a little bit more time to play with here. And I actually glued these segments together so I could actually see them all. So instead of just one like drone on note, I've got 4 of them. Then I can actually okay. Do you have a list of programs you use anywhere for reference? I use Cakewalk with a variety of VST plugins, but I always like hearing different types. Uh, I used to actually use Cakewalk, um, and I like the program. The funny thing about Reaper is that it's only $60, or it was when I paid for it. And it's basically intent that you're not an industrial person. If you're like an industrial person that utilizes Reaper for like maybe a whole bunch of different artists, you know, maybe you're like a recording studio. I believe it's like more, like you have to pay maybe like $400. Because if I remember right, Cakewalk is super expensive, right? Um, uh, Depending on which type of Cakewalk you get, of course. But Reaper here is it's like $60, and I believe you can try it for free. So if you wanted to try this out, it definitely works with all the VST plugins that you have. So I would definitely recommend it. The workflow is a little bit to get used to. It's definitely different from Cakewalk. Um, it's so you know, so there's always a learning curve. Obviously, like you know, all DAWs like kind of operate under similar mechanics in terms of like the track recording and stuff like that. So um, so uh, anything is free when you have. Do you guys remember? Was it Pirate Lab or something like that? And then they got like taken down because like everybody was getting everything for free and stuff like that. What was it, Pirate Lab? I don't know if it can you actually do that anymore. I actually have not tried that. So okay, it's good. So this is where I start extending this stuff right here because the chord progression here is pretty good. But I feel like I should extend it for like another 4 segments here, or maybe like a minute. You guys think? And again, what I can do here is I can basically just glue that together, bring up this. Now have this where we have all the stuff that we did. So I literally just copied and pasted this over here, but I want to see if I can add like layers basically so to keep the thing interesting. And let's see if we can do that. Uh, okay, so I might actually add another pad to this. I mean, this is good, but I feel like it needs some layers. So we will probably add something like a Spire or like maybe go into Massive X and design a pad really quick actually. All right. So I brought out another massive because I like it. I feel like maybe it needs a little bit more layers to it, right? So I got this piece right here, right? Let's solo it out. Okay, bring this back and everything. And this is one of those instances where you can kind of play around with the waveform. And then also I'm going to immediately go into my automation and automate some of this stuff here. So I am going to go position 1. I normally don't automate. I have not automated more than one waveform actually, but I will go with the cutoff and then probably macro 9 because I'll probably have something to do with macro 9. And that's basically a thing that you can use to automate a lot of this other stuff right here. You see like, let's say if I do a track delay, right? And it adds all these new parameters. Well, I can click on 9 here and add the automation to the parameter so you can kind of control it however much or however little that you like and stuff like that. So um, you were making music with a Sony Ericsson phone 10 years ago when it was fun. Where's my phone? I have a Sony Xperia right now. Um, it's not the smartest phone. It's definitely not an iPhone, and it's also not an Android. Well, it's not a Samsung, but I feel like first of all, it was inexpensive. It was like less than $400, and also it didn't come with a contract, so I didn't have to renew anything for a year or two. So, uh, all right. Thanks for joining the stream, Adam. I'm glad you guys showed up. Um, this will probably, I don't know, how long are you guys wanting this to go on? I could probably try to do this as long as, you know, maybe I can finish the song today and then we'll post it after we post this stream on YouTube. Yes. Uh, need software that can beat sync video without killing my wallet. That is okay. I have not beat synced yet. So for video, that's like remixing stuff on YouTube with like a beat, right? You know, I definitely want to do that, but I agree with you. I'm in the same boat actually. So okay, let's go with let's see, let's do that's actually an organ, I guess. Let's go with the remastered. Oh man, I like Carbon. It's such a good setting. If you do it low, you can kind of hear what I mean. It gets really interesting. Okay, we'll do 2 octaves lower. My goodness. Wait. Okay, before we do that, okay, I'm gonna go back in here and just like kind of. What we'll do here is actually we will cut and paste here. I'm gonna strip out all the notes except for the low one, and just like we'll see what it sounds with just one note, right? Okay, let's go up an octave actually. Oh, you know what? I've got the filter up. Hold on. And also the filter is automated, so let's go. Where's the filter at? This guy. All right, let's do that. No, okay, so I like that. Doesn't that sound like something where you've got like bunch of like harmonics? and you've got this really big harmonic that kind of it's very on top and relaxing and stuff like that. Um, uh, yeah, thank you for coming. Definitely. Let's see. Let's bring back the pad quickly. I want to see what the pad sounds like. So we're gonna bring back the chords instead of just that one note. Yeah, and this is what you use to what people use uh, to produce like dubstep sounds and things like that. Like the growl sounds are basically people sound cycling through these wavetables a lot of the time. So uh, can make some pop too. Is that okay? Um, yeah, I mean I've tried it before. Like what kind of pop are you looking at though? Because pop is kind of like a it's an interesting so mainstream is something I don't really listen to a whole lot. And to be honest, I don't really get a whole lot of the genres nowadays because obviously I'm freaking old, everything like that. But okay. Uh, okay. What I can do, okay, since we want this to be a pad though, which means I kind of want to tame it down just a little bit. So I'm going to bring that frequency down just a little bit. Then also I'm going to increase the attack on this guy, so it'll be like that. Bring it out, the stereo. Thanks for coming, Kira. Definitely glad to have you here and everything. What bands do you listen at? You must know some awesome ones. Well, I like a lot of um like just like out of the way stuff. Uh, Off the top of my head, I can't really think of any right now for bands that I listen to, but I do actually listen to Kevin MacLeod a lot. I don't know if you know who that guy is, but that's like the great granddaddy of like of royalty free music. And I kind of like keep up with him because I'm always curious to see what he's doing. He's the guy who actually kind of started it all, everything. Uh, I've tried to message you before how much you would charge for background music tracks for a game. I mean, uh, I would have to know how many tracks that would want me to do. Um, just out of curiosity, where did you contact me though? Because you know, I've gone through kind of like a state of flux and stuff like that. So, um, uh, Flogging Molly actually is one of my favorite Irish bands, right? Uh, they're a cool Irish punk band and everything like that. I live in the Pacific Northwest, and so obviously I know a lot about you know the bands that originated here in the '90s. You know, Nirvana, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, um, you know, all that kind of thing. Um, so um, let's turn that off. Bad. Um, okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to bring this out. We are going to automate the position here for a little bit. I actually want to keep at the lower end because I like that lower end kind of squealing and stuff like that. And bring in like a point here. Another point here. And that's way too – New point there. So we're gonna do very basic and just see how it sounds. Pearl Jam, yes. Stone Temple Pilots was actually a favorite of mine as well. I liked um, a lot of their stuff. Velvet Revolver, I don't know if you know that one. That was when the guitarist for Guns N' Roses collaborated with all of Stone Temple Pilots. Um, that was a pretty good project. Uh, here we go. Some of this stuff is not exactly user friendly, so this here. There we go. Okay. Uh, thank you, Voltage. Yes, I am the guy that makes the music. Definitely. Um, it's definitely a good hobby to have. I have a lot of stuff, everything like that. I was gonna say something. So like I have done grunge style things. And I remember there's one called something like Pacific Northwest, like Anthem or something like that. And I did it in the style of Soundgarden. And uh, thank you so much, Kyra Universal, for the $2. Achievement unlocked A plus. Pronunciation equals gratitude. Okay. Wait, pronounce that right? Everything. But do you feel that the music world would get like a band if, like, say, Soundgarden came on the scenes only today, right? They busted it out and they signed like a contract or something like that, and they did all of the songs that they did back then only today. Do you think like the world would actually get that and everything? So uh, I did make Dusty Tearjerker, and I know exactly where he came from on that one, right? It's it survived the disasters. Um, I've used your tracking video, so I'm gonna keep the. I will keep up the good work for sure. Yeah. uh, Pantera, Lamb of God, and Old Metal is definitely. I do appreciate those bands as well. So obviously, I have a lot of like older experience in music because I grew up basically in the '80s and the '90s to date myself, right? To carbon date myself. The archaeologists are climbing up to see me. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing though. Like back in the '90s, was there not like a resurgence of like the '70s music? Like I know beyond like the bands that we listened to back in the day that were current, like Soundgarden and Nirvana and also Pearl Jam and all them. Like I feel like there was like everybody went back to Led Zeppelin and like the Doors and like Three Dog Night and stuff like that. Like there was kind of a resurgence in that kind of music, right? So I feel like it would be kind of time to, or maybe that's kind of past because that was like 20 years from 1990 is what 2010. So uh, yeah, and then in the 2000s, I kind of did the rave scene, So my introduction into techno was through the Pacific Northwest rave scene, where they had quite a bit of DJs doing house and jungle and things like that. So, all right, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Hitman. Have a great sleep. Uh, definitely. Katana Way, yes. Here's the other thing is like a lot of my musical experience also extends to like video games. Like video game tracks that I played like maybe 10 years ago seem to be almost like the best, you know what I mean? Um, Fable 2 and Fable 1 were my favorite tracks for sure. Uh, um, there's a game that I did not play called uh, The Age of Conan, which is kind of an MMO that it seems really good, but I guess it didn't really like catch on and stuff like that. But they had superior music. Like the guys who made those like should have gotten some sort of award for it, that kind of music. And so like, you know, when you go into like movie soundtracks, Katana Way in some of those tracks, that's where I get into the taikos and stuff like that. Um, uh, it's mostly Soundgarden. Yeah. Soundgarden was a favorite. I feel like them and Tool are kind of like they're at the top and kind of competing for the most eclectic kind of, you know, style where you're shifting through different tunings and time signatures and stuff like that. So, um, hey Roy, this is called well the base program here is Reaper, right? And then I've got an instance of Massive that we're kind of playing around with, seeing if we can find both a gritty but also relaxing sound, or like, you know, something to back up this pad right here because this is kind of quiet. I can maybe like increase the volume here a little bit, but I also want to back it up with a different instruments because sometimes layers is very good at producing something that is a little bit more compelling to the ears and stuff like that. So um, oh no, you got your Soundgarden in my Rage Against the Machine. Not bad. Hey, I like Rage. Well, is that a joke? Because I mean, Chris Cornell was a part of Audio Slave, right? And that was Rage Against the Machine, and Chris Cornell basically as the front man. And so instead of Zach De La Rocha, uh, 80s bit groups. One of these days, there'll be an 80s bit 8-bit guru or something like that. Yes, Rage was good. Definitely ahead of their time. Sure. Uh, what I want to do is I want to bring the low pass filters to see. Oh my goodness. I regret automation of this freaking filter already. Uh, Aneke. Is that how you say it? Aneke Males. Um, yeah, Flight on an 808. That's the that's one of the songs for Survive the Disaster. Is Raging of the Bull on that as well? There's a lot of like things that you kind of like forget about, especially because I have quite a lot of tracks. So people bring up their favorite tracks, and it always surprises me what they like and stuff like that. So um, just I'm putting lyrics on track. Doc Holiday's Gun Show. I would love to send you a copy when it's ready. What's the best way to do that? Probably email, because my email is still the one. My business email is still the one that's listed on my channel. You go to the about section and you'll find it. And it's probably better than now because a lot of the stuff that's not related to YouTube, I've basically, you know, moved off of that Gmail. So some of the only things that are on that Gmail is now YouTube. Um, so let's see if a stereo delay will help us out here. All right, so this is, I don't know, I think I might actually do an external delay. This is, okay, and I kind of messed up on the programming here. I'll show you what I mean by the LFOs here. You've got all these LFOs, and for some reason they don't sync up, even though you put like the rate here as synced out. And then with the old version of Massive, had like the option to do 16 measures of like LFO stuff, so you can go really slow. But here you only get like a measure of slowness here. But I mean, let me actually try it to see if I can add some sort of like, wobble to this to kind of something. Oof, I don't know. No. DJ Shiro. So when my stuff gets flagged for like copyright, it usually means that somebody has uh sung over my track, or like somehow put it in a video that ended up in a third party content like distributor. Like I myself, you can listen to a lot of my tracks through Spotify. And that's just like a thing that I made it available for you guys. If you didn't want to just go to YouTube to listen to my music, it's available on Spotify. But you have to go through like a third party company to do that, to distribute to things like iTunes and Spotify. What I don't do though is I don't utilize their content ID database service, because that would immediately put you guys at risk, because it would instantly put that all the music that I put into their services would go into a content ID database. And then what happens, and that's why you get claimed. If somebody comes to me stating that their music has been claimed wrongfully and it's my music, um, like 19 times out of 20, it'll be somebody who basically somehow put my music into their database. Um, I don't know if you guys saw the video I did in 2018 where I was complaining about Believe Music. It's got quite a bit of viewership actually, because apparently Believe Music likes to claim a lot of people's music. But what happened there was a guy who used my music in their video on YouTube, and then they utilized Believe Music to basically be able to sell the audio track to it. And then they subsequently put that into their content ID database. And so that was Techno Pop B that was being claimed. And so that ended up with kind of a drama fest, and I eventually had to. I went to the guy who actually did that, and I DMCA'd their video, and and the reason why I did that is because I wanted to kind of flush them out, and I did this actually last year, recently as well. I needed to flush them out and say, hey, you need to take that track out of the content ID database, because a lot of people are getting flagged and it's getting in the way of like, you guys and stuff like that. And so like it's one of those deals where the channel is from India and you have no idea what to expect, because it's you're illegally, when you're dealing with somebody who's posted through like CD Baby or TuneCore or something like that. You can get in contact with those people and you can basically send them the legal spiel about how they uploaded my content without my permission, and they should be able to, should not be able to claim it based off of what they uploaded, right? And they will follow me. They will actually be super responsive and take the music down off of the content ID database. But Believe Music and like some of these other companies that are popping up lately they are not responsive, and so I've had to basically take alternative actions, which means DMCing their video and then having them come to me and ask me what the hell happened. I was like, look, you can't you can't DMCA, you can't content ID batch the people who are using my music, because that's just not right, right? So you got to take that down, and then I'll release your DMCA. That's or twice that happened, and so it is what it is. Like you try to like adapt to the situations, and that's how it goes. So let's see, GroovePad. I'm not sure what is GroovePad, kind of like a remix software and everything like that. To definitely Palitho, yes, yeah. All right, so that's story time about content ID matches and stuff like that. So. Uh, I have to admit, I forgot what I was doing. I guess we're doing an industrial track, but we might end up with something different. Okay. And I guess that's the beauty of what I do, is sometimes things just don't go as planned and everything. But we'll see how this actually sounds out with the rest of the mix that we've got so far. Let's see. What we got to do is we got to apply some effects, because this pad is a good start, but to kind of polish it up a little bit, we'll just add some effects, and we'll go from there. I want to do this right here. Let's get some got here. Do a synth. Instead of doing that, we can actually just play around with high frequencies here. I want to kind of bring that out. And actually, we'll cut out the guitars as well, the frequencies, not that. This. So would it be safe to use any one of your tracks commercial game? Yeah, I mean, okay, so I keep mentioning Survive the Disasters, and that is actually a Roblox modification that people found popular in 2015. But I know that there's like lots more that have used my music. Recently there was a game that came out. I think it was like, and they used a thing that I made all the way back in 2010. You want to hear it? It's just a kind of like it's an 8-bit track, so you guys would like it, I promise. But let me bring that up. Okay, we're gonna go into here. Let me bring that up. Okay, content. Okay, they don't call it videos anymore. They call it content. YouTube. I mean, you can call it a video. That's what you were. Okay, so 8-bit. Okay. Oh, monster stomp. There we go. This track is from 2012. Are you guys ready for this? All right, pull up. Okay, 2012. Okay. I guess let's go to Pablos and everything. Um, yeah. So advice is Reaper is very inexpensive. And I use Reaper. Obviously, this is actually a mainstay of what I use to produce music, and it's really cheap. It's $60. So like other programs are like hundreds of dollars. Reaper is like $60, and this would be an excellent platform just to start with and everything. So this showed up in a video game not too long ago, and I know it because when people actually use my music in video games, they do actually credit me in their video game credits, right? And so what happens is a lot of people actually come from that video game to the song or whatever link that they use to cite my music with. Yeah, it's a one time payment of $60 and everything like that. Appleton, yes. One of these days I'll pick up Appleton, but when I want to sink more money, I've spent like $1,000 on a guitar and another $1,000 on this amp model, which is okay. That right there, that's what you're hearing the music out of right there. That's $1,100 right there, and then $600 in contact and complete upgrades as well. So maybe one of these days I'll get yeah. All right. So maybe one of these days. I didn't want that. All right. Okay. Reason. I do actually have Reason as well, and Reason is an odd bird to me, honestly, because you're obviously dealing in rack-mounted stuff and everything like that. Granted, it offers a lot of like customization, but it's very. I use it for mostly just electronic dance music, for the most part. Like if I'll do something that I know is going to be a straight like drum and bass or like a or a glitch hop, I will use that and everything like that. Whereas if I do something like more rockish or like orchestra or anything else, Reaper is the go-to right here. And honestly, I was looking at upgrading my Reaper as well, upgrading my Reason as well, and I can upgrade that Reason for only like $100, right? But the only thing that's different about the newer version is that you don't even have an instrument. Um, the only thing that I can see that's worth it is that it'll make all of the Reason rack mounted stuff that you've got there playable as a VSD directly onto your other DAWs, right? So instead of having a rack mount and having to rewire everything into Reaper to be able to use a lot of the Reason instruments in Reaper, you have now VSD instruments and effects that basically provide you with the same thing. And I honestly don't know how that works. I'd have to try it. But the way Reason works is completely different than anything else that I've ever seen. So, uh, am I not using? Hold on, just a second. Am I not using the? Let me see here. Hold on, just a second. I may have messed up here. I'm speaking into the microphone, but apparently it's not doing the microphone. So let me mess with the audio stuff right here. Input cacher.
Hello? Yeah, how does that sound? Does that sound different? Look, I have not streamed in like freaking 3 years, so this is, thank you, Dragon. Yes, definitely. You guys hear any difference now? Uh, so yeah, you guys hear. Let me bring back the comments here. I sound better? Okay, good. All right. You know, for a sound guy, sometimes I am pretty ignorant on microphone. So I'm glad that worked out, though. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit just to keep from clipping here. Cool. I'm glad y'all like still like staying here. Like 22, like I never stream, so I'm glad you guys are still here. Yeah. Well, you know the funny thing is, as I tested everything out, I was almost this close to not streaming because I didn't actually test everything out until like the last minute, and I didn't know how to enter the stream key into the freaking Streamlabs, but at like 5 minutes in, it was the perfect timing. We conquered that battle for sure. Uh, but yeah, I'm glad. I spent all this time setting up the microphone, and apparently I wasn't even talking it this whole time. Great, awesome. Okay, yeah. I mean, I hope you guys like the beard. That's it's definitely. I might actually trim it, manscape it a little bit, but I hope you guys like it. Where were we? We are into this pad, and I liked it, and then I wanted to actually add some effects to it to kind of make it sound better within like the mix and stuff like that. Um, so okay. So the pad that we were working on cross Streamlabs and went back to OBS. Okay. So cool that you do all this at all. You're seriously practical. Legit. It's okay. It's a slow Saturday though, right? Uh, and I'm doing this for fun. And there was actually a comment on my last song, and they were wondering if there was like kind of like a tutorial style thing on how I made music. Granted, we have not gotten like maybe 20 seconds into this track, but like I feel like you guys are kind of getting the idea of what we're doing and stuff like that. So um but I mean, like I guess one of the goals maybe was to try to show you guys like, sort of the process of everything going into this. And we can stream as long as we want. I don't know if you guys uh, are that patient. This would take a long time, obviously, because I'm talking to you guys and everything like that, which I do like and everything. But do you want to play around with this pad for a little bit? Because we will finish this pad up and see how it kind of sounds with the rest of the mix. Split goatee coming in. Had to trim it in breakout. Yeah, it does. It does take a long time to get this stuff where it needs to be, doesn't it? Sorry to hear that. Um, so let's bring in my mainstay supercharger. Whether there's a lot of different uses I've found out for my music over the years. Um, it's insane how much how vast, yeah, and varied the different videos are uh for YouTube in general, for sure. Yeah. Let's go in and add some reverb, just a little bit. You don't need too much reverb, or else you're gonna sound like you're in a tin can. The gate? I just I shall turn down the gate just a little bit because we switched microphones and apparently because of that I'm now choppy. I'm gonna switch down the gate by a little bit. 8. Okay, how's that? Is that better? Is that isn't it's not cutting out so much? I don't think I'll ever replace Kevin McLeod for sure. But I mean, I'll try. All right. Let's get some echo in there. Replica. Yeah, I had the gate settings basically based on the webcam microphone apparently. So yeah. If I stream more, I will get better at this and obviously I won't mess up so hard on the microphone stuff. Okay. Hold up. I don't like that last night. So that would be this, right? Let's do this. Let's go like this. I can't imagine streaming for like all day and all night. And I know there's streamers that do this because one of the people who uses my music has a fan show and I'm like there's no freaking way that I could actually stream that long. I've got a job and I've got family and stuff like that and I just don't know how I would do that. Uh, It's definitely a lifestyle, is it not? Um, Sorry about that. All right. We're going to warm this up a little bit as well. So, It's actually been a while since I've watched Twitch. Is that still kind of the popular thing? Oh. Which one is FTB? I hope you guys are not offended that I don't know a lot of these people. I used to be able to keep up with everybody, and you know how it is. Like the next day, YouTube does a YouTube year in review, and you're just like, I don't know half of these people in this stream or this video, right? So let's do that. Smasher. Let's not do that. I don't like that one. Okay, yeah. And I don't, okay, so I would probably do Star Citizen as a game because I know how to play that game and do it like I kind of know what I'm doing. The game is a buggy mess and it's not really finished at all, but I'm fairly decent at mining and also, you know, doing some sort of like PvE combat on that game. I'd have to reinstall it, but you know. Feed the big Minecraft mod. Were they? Oh yeah, were they the ones who? So one of the Minecraft mod packs showed up in a Dan TDM video way back in the day, like in 2013-ish and stuff like that. Are those the guys that did that? Let's see. Okay, right on, right on. Okay. Gas mask. Okay, all right. Let us go. So what I did is Serum is the other synthesizer that I actually use quite regularly. Oh. Oh, it doesn't like that though, did it? Why is that? Let's cut that out and see if the... All right, hold on. I think my audio went berserk or something like that. So, it just doesn't like that. Let me try and rip that out real quick to see if that solves the problem. Okay, so half of doing this is problem solving. So, do you hear that popping? Like the sound card or something died on here where it lost its timing. I'm gonna basically close this down. Let me save this real quick and then restart it. There's a nice little startup splash screen for Reaper. Yeah. Cyberpunk, I would think that people would not be patient with that though. After a while, at first you'd be like, oh, that's interesting. After a while, you'd be just like, nah, you got to turn that off. All right, let's see if that works. I'm doing more electro swing actually. I will have the problem with electro swing is that the people back in the day, they didn't have like electronic tempos, and they they so like a lot of times their tempo will kind of vary just a little bit. So it takes a little bit of work to kind of beat match the old tracks from like the 30s and stuff like that, right? You can spend an entire day trying to like nail down what is beat one of this freaking track, because not only is like swing music kind of all over the place tempo wise, but then they also like the start on the offbeat and show you, and the rhythm section is like so quiet during the like the down rhythm that you're like, I have no freaking clue what is the downbeat of this. You know what I mean? Um, I want to try something really quick to see if you guys like it. We're gonna actually add another track. It's gonna be a pluck track, and I don't know if I'm gonna keep it, but I just want to show you how I do it and everything. We're gonna do yet another. Do we want to do massive or serum? Serum. Let's do serum this time. But because I like serum. Serum is so cool. It's also a mainstay stay of my music setup here. But first, we're going to go into this little menu here. We're gonna pick up a MIDI arpeggiator. And this is where you get like arpeggios instead of just pads and stuff like that. We're gonna bring this up to, I like quarter notes apparently, so we'll do that. Yeah, some person used the piccolo and the cane for that. What was it? The Jacksepticeye like cartoon or something like that, and that's where a lot of people came from on that one. Okay, so what we did is we split this track, and then we pasted another copy of that portion of this track into this right here. We have the arpeggiator going, but now we are going to bring in serum. With serum, we want to go mono because we don't want poly. And we're going to be plucking, so we don't need any portamento or everything like that. What I want to do is bring this is our envelope, by the way. So for plucking kind of sounds, we would do like an envelope that kind of like dies off pretty quickly. And I don't know if here we go. So just to let you know what it sounds like, I'm going to loop this section right here. Still. Okay. So I was complaining about Massive not having a unison feature, and the Serum has its massive or unison feature kind of like already. Maybe, and I will update Massive X so I can have that without going through like a stereo thing. So, hello Jericho, how are you doing? How's it going out there? And look at that. I've got an LFO that goes all the way up to 32 bars. The sky is the limit. Okay. So what I can do here, okay, this is a very popular synth among very popular electronic dance music producers. I think everybody uses it. I can't name them off the top of my head, but I know that they use them. So we're gonna go with like 8 bars of LFO here, just to show you what it can do. And you can actually see the waveforms go somewhere with this one. It's kind of glitchy, isn't it? We can go with this waveform, or we can like choose something else, right? I kind of like that better. Okay, so with that, I've got basically this wavetable, which is Ouya. It's kind of like a formant, kind of like what you have in Massive and stuff like that. But obviously they have their own wavetables. One of the good things about this synth is that you can actually upload your own wavetables for it. Which I have a couple more, but this is actually more convenient to do basically because you can go ahead and edit your waveform right here in the editing window. Granted, there are a lot of waveforms that you would have to like edit to be able to come up with something pretty interesting on the fly, but you can upload your own waveforms for sure. And so it looks pretty simple at this point, and it is. And that's part of the beauty of it because you can actually like all the LFOs you can like instantly bring to any one of the parameters here. Like if you wanted to go LFO2 and bring it to any one of these things, you can actually do that. I use this to actually create a pretty good format synth back. But then once you get done with this screen and you're finalized here, which you can do pretty quickly, you can go into the FX here and add more things into it. Let's see if that's pretty soft. Okay, that's pretty good for a pluck. I think we're gonna actually move on and add some of the external effects here. And we can go here. Where is it at? This guy. And here we go. And supercharger. We're gonna do the wide mix again. Mix widener. Add a little bit of reverb as well. Just the regular one, and then I'll add in some bigger reverb to kind of give it a little bit more space here. Let's say maybe a dark plate. How about that? Is there a good free piano app that works that doesn't have too many features? Are you talking like a VST instrument, or is like because I mean, if you want to interface into your computer, you do have like the option to, I mean, you can play VST instruments through your computer using a MIDI controller, right? And for Android. I mean, I'm sure there's like I've actually downloaded like synthesizers on my Android phone. I'm pretty sure like there's probably like a piano that's you can download for free on your phone as well. Although I'm not sure how playable that is. I would never try to do any sort of like, concerts with a touch screen, right? Uh okay. I I think this is pretty good, right? The only thing we need is kind of a compressor to kind of tame down everything, the transients and stuff like that. So, okay. So now we can bring the rest of the mix in. Let's see. Well, here's the thing on VSDs is that the good news is that if you have like a VSD, maybe you have bought like a piano that's like, I don't know, if you're looking at VSDs and stuff like that, is that you can buy a piano VSD and then just like I'm doing right here, like I mean the original instrument of this guy right here is basically Mass Effects, right? But then I've applied all these effects to that. So you can do the same thing with like a cheap, and there are free VSDs that free piano VSDs around there. I don't know about Android programs, but yeah. Um uh let's see. So I might be able to do that. I don't know what key I'm in. I'm in what key am I in? I'm in like E. I mean, hold on just a second. I don't know if you'll be able to hear the guitar um in the background, but I can play like one like chord and see if I can make that a thing for like the beginning of each measure here. So and that would be the E chord. Um let's see here. I have a pick. I tested this out. I didn't think that I don't know if you I don't think that you can actually hear that, but you would be because for some reason, okay, so the guitar input goes into the soundboard that I'm using right now, which is a guitar effects processor essentially. And but you can't hear it on the desktop audio. But hey, Nick Pixel, happy Easter. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you very much. Um but um but you can hear it after I record it. So let me see if I can do something here, let's okay. Let's do another copy here real quick. And I'm just gonna nope. Okay, so you're gonna have to bear with me because I'm going to maybe just record like maybe a chord or something like that, or like a little bit of like strumming arpeggios and stuff like that. So, here's how I do that: is I'm going to actually bring up an audio track again. Oh no, I'm all okay. Hold on. I just spilled the drink. My God. All right. All right. Know how that happened, but we are good to go. Good. And also, probably don't want to have this in the puddle. Ew! Damn it! Hold up, guys. I gotta fix something really quick. Gotta get a towel or something like that. I'll be back. Let me play some music real quick while this is going on. So, and we'll bring on the guitars in a little bit. Let me actually see something here. Here's an oldie and goodie. It's called Beat Time Grime. I hope you guys like it. I'll be back in a little bit. Beat time. Beat time. How are you guys doing? All right, yeah, crisis averted. All right. How are you guys doing? I had a little bit of a spill, so I had to clean that up. So sorry about that. nice for a little bit breaking up. What? And I was about to do something, right? So if I do, I was actually in the. Let's see. I was in the process of creating an audio track for a guitar, right? And maybe you might be able to hear this. But I also would probably, yeah, you can kind of hear it because there's like a throughput echo, but there's a little bit of a delay in that echo. So I might turn it off when I'm actually recording. So. Okay. So what I can do here is just like a basic like E chord because we are in the key of E. Thankfully, I chose a key that was easy to play in, so I can do like open chords and stuff like that. Although I feel like the higher chord, right, barred chord would be a little bit better here. At some point, I'm gonna get really good, but like I said earlier, this is basically the first week I've actually played guitar seriously for like 3 years. So, you know. Well, I mean, there's things that I definitely am not able to do. When I'm doing bar chords on a major scale for like the when you're rooted in the fifth string, I have a tendency to cover up that top string. So my solution to that is to not actually play the top string if I can. So let's actually play. This scratch, man. I love this scratch. It's so awesome. Thank you for tuning in, Palitho. Definitely. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah. It takes a little bit of practice to hold down the bar chords for sure. Everything. And I'm not an expert at all at guitar. I'm a little bit proficient, so I wouldn't feel bad at all. Is this what I want though? I'm still on the presets of this guitar processor. I still need to learn to interface into it so I can change the effects on it. But let's see if I can. Ooh. Oof. Okay, I'm getting carried away from. Um, I am not good at all yet at actual metal guitar. I mean, maybe I can like switch up and do something that's metal-ish. Let me see if I can find something here. One of the problems is that I'm hearing an echo right now, so. All right, yeah. All right, so yeah. So, yeah. Thanks for tuning in, Toby One. Hope you guys enjoyed that. So, definitely, I will try to do more of this in the future. My schedule is somewhat hectic, but I'll definitely try to do that and everything. So, it'll take a little bit of practice to actually, just do the super shredding and stuff like that. But I feel it's almost good enough, especially, yeah, absolutely. Especially if like, doing grunge stuff. If I find like the right settings for this can actually add to the, the grunge and the rock tracks that we're doing and stuff like that. So, but let's see. Did we want it actually to add the guitars in though? Let's try that real quick. And okay. Okay, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I guess this is hangout session. I mean, we could be. I mean, we absolutely doing music, but we're also getting into like tangents here, stuff like that. That's totally fine. I need something that's a little bit less. You know what I mean? Like kind of like clean to be able to produce like a beat and everything. So yeah, no, I will definitely post it when I'm finished for sure. So do we want that? It is an industrial track, so we can probably. So hold on just a second. Do you want to try that? I think it might be covered up a little bit by when it's like softer, but if we include like only that and maybe a version of the guitars as well, that would be a nice contrast between the previous sections and stuff like that. We are still working on the song, Grivok. Still kind of in the beginning stages, so we'll see how it goes. So what I'll do is the way you record actually is you press Control R to basically begin recording. So. I'm gonna be really surprised if that was perfect, but okay, here's the deal. I like the second half more than I do the right half. And because I'm still not okay, I'm very perfectionist when it comes to recording stuff like that. And so sometimes I can tell when I was offbeat at that first part. So I'm going to take the second half and I'm going to use it as the first track half as well. Lift, how you doing? We're doing music, man. How are you doing? Let's see here. So, okay, so we can actually use that, but I'm gonna actually make it kind of its own section. I want to play around with this a little bit, but we'll come back here to the first side of the section here. So, it's getting there. All right. I hope that's what you meant by rhythm. But I feel like if you're just chugging along chords, it might actually be too much for this because you've already got the arpeggio going. And you've already got two pads going. So, and part of the challenge of doing a strumming, obviously, is that you would have to match the strumming with the pads, and the pads are already kind of out there with complicated and stuff like that. But let's apply the equalizers and the effects and stuff like that. One of the things with recorded instruments is you definitely have to kind of, let me put this down. So I can talk to you directly. Yes. All right. So, the Gretsch does buzz when it's not being played, so you got to turn that off. Uh, Whoa, there's a lot of people here that I've see that like Lift Pizza. He's been a Patreon supporter for a long time. He did submit a video for my 10-year anniversary thing. That was a wild video and everything. So, what am I doing? Okay, delete that. And yeah, and I believe yeah, okay. All right, so probably just a little bit of that and some compressor as well, because compressor is a good thing. Now they have like settings for acoustic and electric, and I feel like the clean guitars are more on the acoustic side of things. So we'll do that, and then we'll just kind of like it's been a long time, yeah. How's it going? Let's see. I'm loading up a plugin, yeah. There we go. There's a little bit of a twang in there that I don't like, but I mean maybe I can kind of drown that out with like a filter or something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of an EQ there, and we'll try to tame it. I believe it's down here. Oof. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. So that was pretty easy to find. So one of the things that you can do to kind of make your mix clearer is to kind of find these resonance frequencies in your track if you don't like the way that it sounds. So, and this was really easy to find. What's up, Derp Ma McDerp? How's it going? Yeah, it's definitely Reaper. We're doing this in Reaper. It's definitely one of the better tools out there, isn't it? So one of the ways to find these resonant frequencies is that you basically can set the Q value or like the notch value up really high, so you're basically just kind of sweeping the frequencies. And when you get to a frequency that really hurts, then what you do is then it's so loud that it hurts, then you can just like EQ it out and everything. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add some delay into this as well. Maybe not that, but I do operate on some of the presets here. Okay, I think that's good enough. So one of the other things, I'm gonna cut a little bit of the drums here, so we know that there's kind of like a transition here. Sometimes you use risers or like synthesizers that go from like a low note to a high note, or like from low frequencies all the way up to high frequencies, to kind of signal a transition to the listener. But you can also cut out the drums for a little bit, and that's kind of easy as well. Do I have any recommendation for paid VSTs? Serum, are you, if you're um um so Serum is a synthesizer that a lot of people use, and I have found fantastic uses for that and everything like that. Serum is a good synthesizer. Spire is good for when you want to do some really quick synthwave and stuff like that. So and I can show you some Spire stuff like that. So we can like definitely back up this with another like pad and everything like that to show you what Spire is all about. I will do like a preset on Spire because Spire is not quite as usable as other synthesizers. There's a lot going on here, right? But you've got 4 oscillators here, which is insanity. And then you've got all your envelopes and your LFOs and stuff like that. I think the problem though is that you don't have the ability to drag anything to these parameters. You instead have to utilize this matrix to kind of apply everything. And as you can see, I mean, the list here is insanity here. I mean, that's a lot of stuff right there, right? But I mean, a lot of people have gone through the trouble to basically make some pretty awesome like presets here. So it's no shame to use some presets. You can actually make sure that you know they are good presets, and you can actually modify them later on. So okay. What do you use Surge for? Is that is that for like electronic dance music? I see it right here. Is that like a modular synth? It looks like. It looks pretty interesting for sure. Surge. Yeah, it looks modular almost like. So, hey, it's retro Victor Bart. Yes, Victor Bart is also a Patreon supporter. Thank you very much. Yes. Hopefully my beard doesn't become too epic and everything like that. It looks like an interesting synth. I will say that I probably have way too many synths. Serum is definitely a go-to. And I'm checking out Massive X. I use the old Massive quite a bit too. The old Massive is actually pretty good for patterns and stuff like that. So, and if you wanted to kind of like back that up. So I think we're done with here. This was a pretty quick, let's see if we got these going now. We'll basically just put a compressor on here. do a very comp and do like a glue setting or something like that. And then we'll just add a little bit of reverb in there. So I feel like the guitar still needs something. What do you think? One of the new things that I did get with Complete is Guitar Rig 6, which is kind of an improvement of Guitar Rig 5. So we're going to wait for that plugin to kind of show up as well. So this is Guitar Rig 6. I don't want to put this maybe before we actually hit the chain. Maybe right there, right? Because it is part of the guitar effects chain. So I think what I can do maybe is, we already have an amplifier. Let's go into components here. And there's a lot of here. Apparently, instead of going into categories, you've got basically searchable like fields here that you can probably try to eliminate. But I think what I want to do is I want to try to boost the signal so it comes out on the other end here. So ultrasonic. You don't need cabinets. No, you don't. How about dynamics? There we go. All right, now we're talking to. So solid breads, solid dynamics. How does that work? Just drag it in there. Okay, cool. Okay. Here's where my idea is. This is where the things kind of like fall to the wayside and like get really softer. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of like go back here and shoot. This is only one set. What are the? Okay, all right. We need another. Battery set, right? Because we need something a little bit more, let's say, laid back, right? I think I used one of your tracks years ago in one of my little flash games called Phil Flies. Okay. It's a pretty shoddy game, but your music made it better. I'm glad for it. See? Okay, there you go. There's I don't know how many people have used my music in their games, but I do like people actually do send people my way when they do that. So it's always cool to hear that. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I'm glad to hear that you've been following me, and definitely I'm always looking to improve the music for sure. So we're gonna go actually, and we are going to. This is another kit here. Ugh. Okay. Nope. That's not what I want. Okay, if we like hit the decay on this a little bit, then we can have like more of a subdued sound for like the soundtrack here. We're gonna move this down here, and Bentley Maserati. Oh my goodness. I mean, I like the, you know, nice cars. I wish I could afford one of those, right? Okay. We definitely need to subdue that just a little bit. Well, that way too much. All right. That's not what I want. I want this guy. All right. How is Minnesota, by the way? I used to live there once when I was a really little kid. I know it was cold enough that the schools wouldn't close down if it was like, unless it was like negative 40 degrees windshield, right? Run bus. We're gonna change this. Oh, we haven't actually assigned the ducking yet, so we will actually do that a little bit later. But is that what happened here? Okay. Okay, so this is battery 2. Switch. Okay, so we're gonna kind of apply some of the same things here, although what I want to try to do is make the transient response maybe a little bit less instead of more, because it's supposed to be maybe a more you know, a softer portion of the song and everything. So every once in a while you apply something that breaks the system, right? Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, because it was so cold that you basically tried to think of where else you wanted to be, right? Like, it's freaking, well, I don't know. I had fun in Minnesota when I was a kid because that's what I knew. I need to restart this real quick, so let me go back into this. I have a feeling that that just because I'm streaming, I'm like throwing everything, and it's probably just like a glitch between like your it's like a glitch between your like your input peripheral maybe, and that's what it. Because I did actually swap out. I used to have yeah. This is my old input peripheral. It's like 10 years old, and I just replaced it. So I'm dealing with the intricacies of the new thing that I've got, which is It's Fractal FM3 for my guitar, which doubles now as the input peripheral and also the music soundboard and everything like that. Hey, Pradium, how's it going? How are you doing? Okay, let's bring in another Massive X because we want to bring in a riser. And I'll show you how to do this, especially with Massive X. Thanks, Pradmia. How's I hope I'm saying that right. I'm an American, so what can I say? All right. But thank you so much. Definitely. And welcome to the stream. I hope this is at least a little bit interesting for you guys. I'm gonna go into Massive X. And okay, so we are gonna turn down the synthesizer all the way down, and we're gonna bring up one of the noise filters right here. We're going to bring the filter all the way down. We want actually a stereo expander on this. And so the filter is 5. So we'll bring in that, right? So filter position 5. And so let's say I want to do like a riser for when we want to transition from this section to the next, right? Bring in a note value. We'll bring that in. Right now, you probably couldn't hear anything because basically we've got the filter all the way down. 2:50 a.m. My God, are you guys able to go out and have some fun and just enjoy the weekend and all that? If so, that's pretty freaking great, man. So okay. So this parameter here, this purple bar right here, basically controls the filter. We are going to create 3 points and automate this so it goes from 0 frequency to all the way up and everything. And I almost guarantee you I'm going to have to EQ that top end because it's going to be too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to equalize that high gain, just kind of bring it down a little bit. I'll probably have to compress it as well. But then also want some so here's what it's going to sound like so far. I mean, okay, that's not bad. We can work with that. We want to include a filter. Let's see, a synthesizer on that one. So one of the things that we can do, we'll bring in 9 here. We'll see how we like feel about this. And that's one of the things I haven't actually figured out yet, Lyft. Like, I guess one of the good things about of Reason is that you have much more easier ways to automate things, right? So see here, let's do that, right? Okay, so what we've done is we actually routed parameter number 9 to this right here. And so we are going to actually go ahead and make sure that we have like maybe we can go all the way up to 64. I think maybe 48 is just enough. And then we'll bring down the we'll octave by 1. We'll see how that works. And then we have to automate number 9 as well. So we'll bring that in. Macro number 9. We'll do the same thing as what we did here with the filter. Basically create a new point, another new point, another new point, and then okay. Yeah. I did some prefab sweeps, back in like 2013 too. I think the only problem is that I had too many of them. Oh wait, hold on. Oscillator one, all the way up. Um, because I use so many of them, you tend to repeat yourself and everything like that, and so it kind of forces you. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Jericho. It was good seeing you. Everything. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's gonna be way too high. I already can tell. Like I can take it, but I don't want to hurt you guys' ears. So, um, okay. Maybe I can. Yeah, I mean, it's as complicated. I mean, you can see people make music in like less than an hour and stuff like that. But I mean, we are kind of like hanging out as well. So we're going as fast as we want to on this, and like hanging out when we want to as well. Um, let's see here. One of the things that we can do is let's see if this LFO works. Like, I feel like we should be able to at least use an LFO for like maybe a little bit of a wobble here, right? There we go, like that. Yeah. Okay. Let's kind of like play around with a different waveform though. Here's what I want. Thank you, Nico. Definitely, I appreciate it. The format. Shall we use a format here? And what we can do in a growl. It's probably not going to show up in the higher registers, but um, we'll use. How about this? We'll use parameter 10, and we'll use it on the growl, and then we can. Okay, so we have the option to go all the way from left to right, basically by hitting this knob right here, right? Ba-da-ba, ba-da. Okay. So, and what I'll do here is, okay. Did we actually make it 5 bars? Really? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can work with that. That's a little bit of an odd. One of the nice things, by the way, Pizza, for like making your own sweepers or risers, I guess whatever you call it, is that you can actually like define a set time of how you want to like do the transition between low and high, right? So you were able to do that. You were able to basically just go in and then define your parameters basically on the fly and just like automate those parameters to what you want. And I know, like, because I used to use like preset like risers and stuff like that um, back in the day. And I think one of the problems is you have to kind of like time those audio files so they're at the right point, right? And so I mean, you can do it, and you can actually like stretch and like compress those files to kind of get the get those compressed file, get those things where you want them to be. But then you can also like, do this kind of thing where you're just basically setting your own like settings and stuff like that. So, um, how's everybody doing? You guys doing all right? Um, Glad to hear it. I worked with a lot of people from India because I used to work as a contractor as Microsoft, and they do hire those people, people from India a lot. I've worked with quite a few people there. Awesome guys that they were and everything like that. So yeah, thank you for tuning in. I hope you get some good rest, and yeah, absolutely. Okay. Go back to this. That LFO is way too slow, if that makes any sense. Let's see, where's the rate on this thing? So, I think. And I want to see, okay. I don't know about you, but I actually like that pretty good. Way better. Oh, okay. Thank you, Nico. Thank you for the super chat. You are the best in the world. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The flying saucer. Okay, we're gonna fix this, right? The flying saucer takes off, right? There's got. I mean, in the end, in the mix, it will sound good, but I feel like there's more things that we can do to kind of like fix this out. Let's actually apply. So there are new effects in the new complete and everything like that. The super fast. So you would rather have the super fast LFO on there instead of like just like the slower one. It's a rising sun. Yeah, sorry about that. I woke up your dog, man. All right. So what you mean is you like that real quick. Got to be more to this though. Let's see if we can there. Yeah. I gotta be honest. I would much prefer it to be even like 130 seconds. And I know that the other Massive does that. And I'm wondering if I should actually go to like the old version. Let's show you the old version of Massive. I mean, we can utilize this. I'm gonna mute this real quick. So Massive riser. So the old Massive looks rather boring, but it is the mainstay for a lot of people, right? And this is it right here. We have 3 oscillators here. We have 2 filters, and we have a lot. We have like 4 different options for LFOs, but you can also like select between LFOs, performers, which is pretty cool. And then also you can switch to a stepper, right? You know, so I think that's what I mean. Sometimes these risers work for Massive X, but I'm much more better at doing this with the actual Massive. So let's actually kind of transfer this over to here, and I'll solo this out. And we'll do kind of the same process here because we do have a noise generator, which is down here at the lower left. I'm going to have to EQ this down automatically because the high registers here are kind of overwhelming at times, everything. So we're going to do that. The way I do this here, and we have like, what? Let's actually shorten that down. Actually, that's because it'll be nice to have like just like a 4 measure thing instead of what I did here with 5. So we'll basically bring that to like 4 measures, right? So these will be the 4 measures right before the transition. And we have an LFO here that we hit the sync button, and you've got basically a data rate. And this is, I mean, you can go up to 130 seconds here, or you can go down up to like 32 measures here. But we're going to select 4 measures. So, and we're going to select this guy right here fully instead of mixing the 2 waveforms, right? And what that does is that what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this guy right here and select a low pass filter because that's what we like for risers. And then we'll drag the automation so it is basically when this guy is at its highest, which is right here, is actually driving the cutoff frequency at its lowest point, which means because it's a low pass filter, that just means that you are allowing less, frequencies through. And then when it's at its highest point, then we've got all of the frequencies here. And we can actually kind of like, in order to tame this, we'll just kind of like, tame this down a little bit. So we're not right here, like hurting your ears with like super high frequencies and stuff like that. And then what we then do is kind of what we did here with the Massive X area. Like with the Massive X, we have this thing where we macro 10, I believe, we were like adjusting the frequencies of this oscillator. And we're going to do the same thing, only we're going to allow LFO 5 to take care of that, right? And in order to be able to do it right, you have to kind of like make the oscillator by default lower by an octave or 2 or 3. So we'll figure that one out when we get there. So then what we do is we actually apply a negative. This is so weird because we are applying and kind of going in the opposite way of this LFO right here. You're applying a negative like sweep here. So it's basically the same concept as your filter, right? You're going backwards. The other thing is, because this is a perfected program that has been out for like a decade, right? I have my voicing. Look at that. This is my unison voicing right here. So you can actually go as high as 16 here. You can apply your pitch cutoff. So you can apply a little bit of detune. And because we are here in a riser, we're not really concerned about being in tune as much as we usually would be if we were like at a different instrument. And then we'll apply our stereo pan based off of this right here. So we automatically have a stereo pan without actually applying a dimension expansor, I guess. This is all this is all pretty technical. So before we do this, I'm going to apply a compressor really quick. So I'm not, I don't know how loud this is going to be, so I don't want to hurt you guys' ears. Sometimes it does that. We're going to go with just grit, and we're just going to go with that. All right. Okay, so the noise, the good thing is we didn't actually put our noise all the way up. This is actually the perfect volume here. So with the Massive X, right, we applied a signal that was basically kind of the same deal where we had like a multiplier of 2, right? So if we do that here, let's see how it actually sounds. Okay. Right. All right. But okay, so what if we do this? We do 30 seconds, right? Twice as fast as what the new synthesizer can do, right? I feel like that's better. So this is me doing a riser here. We can actually apply some other things, like we'll do a hard clipper as well. And probably, how about I'm not boring y'all? This is just a riser, right? And I'm going into like kind of like the details here. We're gonna actually yeah, we're gonna do okay, 3 and then 5 to kind of give like a stereo effect of this. And one of the other things is we can actually kind of switch the waveforms here. Or we can actually bring in a second one and kind of do the same thing. Although with this one, I kind of like to shift around things a little bit. So instead of going the full 64 steps up, we're going to do like 48. And then we're going to only bring the default value down to like 12 steps here. And the other thing we can do is we can bring like a double another filter in here. And this is okay, this is one of the advantages of the old program, is this guy right here has, I mean, it kind of has 2 filters, but it really only has 1. This is the only filter that it has. But here you've got, you can go serial, which means you daisy chain it from one to another, and you basically you put it serial, mix it down to 2, and then you can do a cutoff value. And what you can do is you can actually put in the same LFO here, and we're going to go in the opposite direction, right? So it kind of cross sweeps, right? We've got a double notch here, so it might create the effect of something kind of like switching back on each other. Yeah. And expanders, see if that goes. I think that's good. I think that's a riser right there. So we can absolutely add that in. We're gonna cut out all the like stuff right there. Maybe add in some reverb as well, just to make sure it sounds good. Let's bring in the rest of the mix, shall we? Okay. Before we do that, let's actually bring in, let's do like an intro chord, just like one intro chord, right? So we're gonna do this. We're gonna put in these guys right here, which we came up with. And okay. Let me kill this. Bring it back up again. Oh my goodness. It's like streaming on the and doing music on the same sound card is a bad idea. But right. But hey, how's it going, Virtual Wrestling? How are you doing? Hey, Beefalo, how you doing? Nice to see ya. All right. So I cut out that just to kind of get a little quieter because we're gonna go. Just to mix it up, we'll like pitch shift it up a little bit, like. We'll see. It's I don't know. We are getting well. We're making good progress on this track. Honestly, I mean, this is all I'm doing really today. So I mean, we're making some good progress here for sure. That isolation. Let's say, yeah. No, I hear ya. All right. So what I'm gonna do is for this one, we will actually bring this in for another section and stuff like that. So this is where I will probably bring in either a Spire pad or make up a really big beefy pad with serum and everything. So let me see if I can actually first isolate this right here, because these are kind of be what we're gonna do is we're gonna utilize like an open symbol here. Okay, there we go. And we're gonna vary up the kick a little bit. So okay. Right. So that's a 9-inch nails trick right there, where you kind of like you're like straight floor on the floor, but then you've got your kicks kind of like mixing up a little bit. So. There are a lot of music production programs out there. To be honest, like I hear you guys talking about that stuff, and I I feel like there's a lot of things that I still don't know about. Basically, like half of these things. What are we gonna do? Okay, we're gonna bring in Spire again. Spire chorus pad, right? And Spire. Bring in. It's gonna be a lead instead of a pad, but it like this works so well as like a pad as well. LD Legacy. Ooh, it's one of my favorite like synthwave sounds, right? So bring this. We're gonna kind of modify the chords as we bring it out here. So, and we're going to increase the voices from 2 to all the way to infinity here. Random. Well, okay, we can do an offbeat snare for sure. Yeah. Sounds good. To make things sound a little beefier so far. Okay. This is one of those deals that you can kind of bring in the octaves. So let's see. Don't want that because we're gonna bring this all the way up here, I think, to kind of mirror what we did on the up. This is gonna be all over the place, so yeah. I don't know if that sounds good or not. There's a, well, that's, hold on. There's a note in there that I don't like. There we go. So, one of the things that I do when something like this, when you have this sort of section, you can go the length at which you continue on, like the riffs, is kind of a thing that I've kind of like formed a philosophy on. You can repeat this 2 times, or you can repeat this like 4 times, but I found that actually it's better to do it 3, right? So you copy this and you basically repeat this like maybe 2 more times. Everything. Hey, Hollywood Sports. Hey, Andrew Alderon, and welcome to the stream. I hope you guys are liking this. We are, I would say, we're kind of like halfway into this, right? We have the entire afternoon, and it is definitely the West Coast here. So, yeah. And the thing is that, okay, so. Thanks for tuning in, Headlights Gaming. Okay, I see what you mean, right? Okay, because definitely this. Yeah, thanks, Headlights. Glad you guys could tune in. Thank you very much. That note right there is kind of a hanging note, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, it could. It could. What I plan to do actually, Buffalo, is or Beefalo. Um, uh, right. So what I plan to do is kind of like utilize another instance of the synthesizer and then kind of make it an octave lower, and we'll see how it sounds. So you mean this one right here, right? I think so. Okay. I think I know what I'm going to do. Okay, so instead of having this progression right here, we're gonna kind of resolve it to itself. So I think at the end there's gonna kind of be a resolving chord after it ends and stuff like that. So, all right. So this is where you can get lost in the notes because obviously there's a lot of stuff going on here. Because you don't want that to kind of conflict if you got a half step above your octave. That's not exactly a good sound. Right here, I think, is where the chord resolves itself. I may have to change like maybe the ending or include one more chord to kind of get it into like a shape where you can kind of like just finish off with that, right? Okay. So, but before we do that, well, actually, I'll duplicate this. So easy way, cheat mode. I just duplicated that, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pan this to the left. That's the first one I did, and I'll call it pad left. And I'm going to do this pad right and pan it to the right, right? We're going to see how this sounds if I bring the right side down in octave, right? Here we go. Except, all right, let's try it. different chord on that end. I mean, this sounds. I want a different chord. I can't explain it, but I want something different there. Cause okay. This is hard. Fuck. All right. Yeah. So what am I missing here? Like, I believe it might be this guy. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I can understand when like people are like, okay, so definitely I like creating images with sound for sure. Oh, you know what that is? Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm changing the freaking chord while the other one is still in play, and that's why I'm getting some seriously messed up. Boom. Okay. It is minor, isn't it? It's um yeah, I need to brush up on my music theory for sure. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I like the entire thing is good right up until the end, right? You know, it's it's and I'm trying to step it down. But maybe I should not keep this high. This guy right here, like I should probably. Uh, awesome. There's a lot of things like yeah. The So are they like videos that you made for like a college and stuff like that, or what do you think? All right. So here's what I'm going to do because I feel like you shouldn't end like this entire section here this quickly, right? And this chord that we've got right here. Hold on. This chord right here is kind of transitional, right? Yeah, I probably made that mistake, didn't I? Yeah, I'm all over the place on that structure. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. This split. Let's split this out. We may use it, we may not. But that's the beauty. There have been times where I have started something and I've got, I didn't feel it, and then I, saved a copy and started from scratch and everything like that. So, and let's actually bring this up an octave. Well, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Save as. I'm gonna do this right up A. Right, so we got this saved out. I'm gonna actually delete this right here and see if I can't like. Makes sense. Gotcha. Because sometimes the chord structure is just irreparable, and we can actually do this here. So. I'm glad. I'm glad I haven't offended any industrial peoples. Definitely, yeah. Sorry if I'm quiet here. I'm just trying to figure this one out. It's just like I've got a lot of what the heck? Okay. Okay, so this lower part is following what the higher part is kind of doing, right? You know. Hey, Badman, how are you doing? What's going on? Let's see. Yeah, I like that a little bit. Yeah, synthwave is and industrial is good for the like kind of like those kind of moods, right? I definitely agree. Everything. See, so I think we got something we can work with, right? And okay, so. We'll put the pedal tone down. I like it better. I like that's so much better. Okay. So okay. Right. I like this. So this chord progression might okay. So usually you go with what 8 measures or something like that. And this looks like it might be 12, right? Because I'm gonna go back here. And this is okay. I got it. I think because then I can kind of do a little bit of a lead in for something else. So let's actually bring in the drums again and Adam, welcome back. Okay, so I think we can get away with what we'll do is we'll kind of actually do this. We'll bring this chord in here. We have like approximately 3 minutes of music, kind of everything. I don't know if there's a theme of music, but it was supposed to be like industrial, so we will leave it at that. Maybe we'll bring in some like heavy chunk guitars or something like that and everything. We'll bring in some east-west stuff and everything like that. So all right. Let's listen to the entire chord progression here, so and see how it sounds for you guys. Yeah, well, okay, so I do plan on backing up the I mean, this is like one instrument. And while I like the thing, I will definitely like well, let's back it up right now, right? Okay, so this is the left side. But what we could also do is we can utilize some of the well, let's try and put Spire back in here. We can actually use some choir too. I mean, we're gonna go deep into the what we have here in terms of like instruments here. So how would this sound if I kind of get rid of this lower line and then move everything down an octave? How about that? way too messy. That's kind of messy, isn't it? So I'd rather actually just like all right, here's what I'll do. These bottom line right here. Okay, so this is our sub bass, right? This is what we use to fill in the lower end, right? While we have some lower end on that synthesizer by going all the way down on the octave, we're going to actually see if adding a little bit of lower end will actually kind of help us out. Also, we're gonna. This is our serum ARP, right? Okay, we're gonna rename that serum ARP, so we know that that's the ARP. But then we're gonna go to the massive X pad as well. We're not using that. Okay. All right. It's that time to reset the system again. Hold on just a second. It's a good thing this loads up. If I were to do like orchestra, oh my goodness, it would take freaking like 20 minutes to like upload like, or to down, load up like the instrument settings. So have a great night, Batman. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay. All right. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna add one more synthesizer. I have a lot, but we're gonna add one more synth here. We're gonna do like a basic sine wave to see. So because what I want to do is I want to kind of add something at the top where it's kind of like flicking around the chords with a little bit of like arpeggios and stuff like that. So what we want is that, and we want sine wave. We also want the decay to be kind of low and the sustain to be even lower. So when we solo this out, Okay, so right up until that last minute, it was like a little bit too glitchy, right? All I did really was just bring the attack up to 2.6 milliseconds, and it gets rid of that pop really quickly and everything like that. So, oh yeah, no, thank you, Delbane, for coming. I did not announce this stream at all. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you stuck around for as long as you had. Have a great night and everything. I think we can actually run into the usual suspects of like effects here. I don't know. This is sine wave, right? Yeah. Thank you, King Panda. Okay, so that will kind of go on top of the other ones. We'll see how it sounds. And what we'll do is we'll pan that to maybe the right, because the higher one is on the left, I believe. So. Do you guys want to hear it? So I'll like the entire thing so far. Hold on just a second. All right. So, uh, um, in the music of like stuff, a lot of times I'll end kind of like a previous section is like, like an ending section, and I may kind of like, modify it just a little bit. And it might be appropriate so I can like properly resolve that, because if you kind of like heard that, it was still kind of not resolved, right? So if I go into this, right? Restart. I do not. I got to tell you, coming up with the title of songs is kind of the hardest thing to do. So, and I don't really think about it until I actually finish the song, unless I have something special picked out, like a waypoint series, or like until your engine starts and stops and stuff like that. And even then, like I mean, waypoint is easy. I'm at R. My next waypoint is R, basically, right? So. Ba-da-ba-da. Okay. I don't know why, but my East West plugin is not working. That's fine because we're not using any of that. But okay. So that kind of brings it back full circle. We have some housekeeping things to do now. I don't know. Do you feel like that kind of resolved the chords there, where it just kind of like goes back into the let's see. I don't know, let's see. That drop at the end is so nice that it drops and then you still don't feel like the next part pulls you in. Okay, yeah. So uh so yeah. One thing we need to do really quickly is we need to set the ducking. And what that is um one of the ways that you can make the drums sound a little bit clearer in your mix is that you basically compress the sound to drive it down just momentarily when the drums hit, right? You know what I mean? Um, so this is our ducking bus. I kind of grouped this together um, underneath this one bus for a reason, except for the sub bass, right? So what that does is basically it allows me to apply an effect to all of these things at once. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply, and it's so much, I mean, I've got lots of things here. The compressor, right? This is a compressor. It's not the most flashiest compressors, but what I can do is I can apply an auxiliary input into there. And what that does is I'm going to actually receive from the drum bus, which is this guy right here. So basically what's happening now is this track right here is receiving sounds from this drum bus, right? And we will route it to from audio 1 to 3, 4, right? Yeah. And so what that will do is that'll route to the auxiliary inputs into this guy right here. So let me see if I can. So you can see that the slider bars kind of react to the drum instead of the actual music right here. So this is the drum set right here being picked up. And then this is actually the output mix, right? We're going to set the attack and the release of this compressor down to almost 0. We're going to do a little bit of a ratio here, and then so you can see that the output is being driven just down when you hit the snare and also the kick drum, right? All right. Then also, this is our master bus, right? And we are going to go with Mastering Suite Isotope 6. I've had this around for a while, and it's I haven't actually used this really quickly, but this has a bunch of, like, you know, presets that you can get into mastering and stuff like that to make things a little clearer and things like that. Ducking up, yes, I am. Okay, so what do I want? I want vintage tube. Hold on just a second. Let me try that out. Okay, so when I restart this, because obviously we need to restart. When I restart this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of mess around with the mastering. Do you feel like the song itself is done? I guess that's the question, because a lot of times I'll be like, yeah, that kind of finishes out, because it goes in one place and it doesn't necessarily repeat itself all the way, but it kind of like ends with a piece of the music that it like, you know, that was played beforehand, right? So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and redo this. We're gonna bring up an error here, I think, because yeah, I was gonna do more guitars, but I'm gonna have to fix up that east-west plugin. Matter of fact, in order to keep that from getting in the way, we're just gonna delete it. I'm not sure why that's not working. Yeah. All right. So, okay, got that. Bob Ross. we are also, yeah. I was thinking that we are almost there. I was gonna add a transition right there, so it kind of like transitions into that. The other thing, I feel like the guitars are slightly late, if that makes sense. So I was wondering what would happen if I just kind of like bring it up just a little bit. The guitar running the recordings, it has a little bit of latency. Moving it up just a little bit made all the difference. I'm gonna see. I want to do one more thing really quickly because I feel like the high end on these synthesizers are kind of missing. We are gonna apply that to the oh, okay, piezo alarm. But oh, we want an ending to this though, right? You don't want the high end on that one, or what? I don't know. It's the attack of the glitch. The attack of the glitch. It's a good thing this like loads up pretty quickly though. All right, we're gonna come back into this. Oh. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so what I did was yeah, we can do this. Okay, we can do that. There's ways. So in terms of like how's it going, Barb? How are you doing? We can make it fade away. But I feel like that the it would probably be like maybe okay, so here's one of the things that I did is I actually kind of undid, you see that magnet tool right here? The snap was disabled. And the reason I did that is because I felt that the guitar was there's a little bit of a latency between the recording and what goes on the track here. So I moved it further up, and it seemed to put everything in a good stop and everything like that. The glitches are good until it slows down the song, though. You see what I mean? um, so let's see. What can we do with this ending though? Right? I feel like that's the thing where let's see. Let's actually um, let's do this. Right? We're gonna be a little creative here, right? So we're gonna duplicate that. We're gonna kind of get rid of this, and we're kind of going to do an extra track here, and we're gonna apply something. We're gonna apply an equalizer here, where maybe we shouldn't have like as much effects, but we're definitely going to equalize this a little bit more where we've got the little, we're going to mix down the start here, or the high registers, and also we're going to cut out some of the low registers as well. Holy crap. Right. Sorry about that. This is where okay. Isotope has a plugin that we can utilize to kind of make it lo-fi-ish. How do you guys think about that? Isotope. This stuff is in alphabetical order, and I can't find it. There we go. Vinyl. This is okay. This is a plugin that literally everybody uses for lo-fi, right? But you can absolutely use this kind of thing if you want to just basically play around with an ending or a momentary sound effect and stuff like that. So. So we don't want the mechanical noise like throughout the entire track, just when it ends, right? We're gonna like mute this track here. And then bring this effects up. Probably don't need the supercharger because it's by itself. And then we can kind of create a new point here. And then a new point there. So you like to allow it to kind of like drone off, kind of like, like a pop song would kind of fade out, right? Is that what you're meaning? Right. The other thing I want to do is I'm going to do something kind of sneaky here, right? Because we have this guy right here that kind of like goes along with it, but I want to kind of apply the same effect to that. So what we have here so far on this one is right. Okay. So one of the things that you can do is that you can actually serum ARP alt, right? And we are going to input from serum ARP, which is in this massive list somewhere. Where's it at? Serum. There it is. Okay. Except we want an input instead of output. So serum ARP. Gotcha. Right. So basically this duplicates basically what this is doing. It basically wires into the same instrument and everything like that. But what I'm going to do is that for everything except for the end of the track, this one will be on, right? And everything except for this one will be off. So it kind of goes in the opposite direction, so you're not having two tracks do the same thing at once. Hello, Dolphin. How are you guys doing? That so, and what I'm gonna do with this, I'm gonna kind of get into some of the effects here. I'm gonna take that and maybe that and that as well, and I will transfer that over to the new track right here, and then I'll add in another instance of vinyl, right? And we'll go into 70 RPM. We won't apply any more mechanical noise because we have enough with the previous plugin and everything like that. So, and then what we'll do is kind of mimic the volume here. And so okay. We not okay. I mean that part sounds good. I'm just wondering why is it not showing up here? Yosh. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you guys like to play the music before streams and stuff like that. We have a bit of a conundrum here, I guess, huh? Like, what is going on with this? So it's routed. Okay, so we're routing from track 15, which is the serum ARP, right? I feel like this stuff actually still is going right. All right. I don't know why that's not working, but there is more than one way to skin a cat here, right? That's when you're dealing with this kind of thing, let's see. Kind of like this, right? You want that kind of like fall off right there, right? But I want to kind of like how about this? Okay, here we go. Instead of doing that, we'll have like the Spire actually finish that out. We'll just like kind of like mute this guy real quick. So you have a Spire here, like a soft Spire like pad, right? I mean, we could I get lost in all this, but maybe I could like actually create something. What is this? Yeah, we'll do that. And what we'll do is we'll just kind of bring that down and then have it kind of follow what the guitar is doing. I'm trying here, buddy. But I don't know if I don't end it right. Maybe can. I think like it's quite the finish, I think. But here we go. So I like actually finishing out with the echo. You see what I mean? Like, yeah. Oh, here's what we can do. Here we go. Okay. So what, instead of doing that, let's do this, right? We're gonna cut out this section right here. Right? And then, hey, Element Games, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We've been streaming for how long? I have no idea. We started at 11 o'clock, so it's been, what, 5 hours, I guess, and everything? So, what I'm going to do... There you go, right? And the echo basically just kind of like ends it out, basically, you know? Yeah, dude, cool. All right. Do y'all want to hear it again, or, I mean, this is a 4.5 minute long song, so, yeah. Thank you, Dude BDR. Thank you for tuning in, definitely. So, all right. One more time. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Yes. All right. Cool. All right. So, uh, in honor of this stream, I'm gonna name this Happy Little Synthesizers, and I will see alien for like 4 seconds and everything, and I will mix this down, and I will post this as a video in a couple hours. I gotta get myself something to eat and everything like that. But I hope you guys appreciate it and you like that stream. I realize that it took 5 hours to do this, but I'm glad you guys were here and were able to definitely. Yeah, exactly. Right. So I hope you guys. I'm going to end this stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know if you want me to do something like this again. This is a little stressful coming up with this in front of you guys, but also enjoyable at the same time. So we're gonna hit the render file, and we'll be posting this here in a little bit. So yeah. Um, let's see. Okay. Beefalo Bart says, before you go, I have an inspirational theme to think about. Okay, let me hear it. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. All right. Chat is a little bit delayed and everything like that. Sam T, thank you for tuning in. I hope you have a good night. Good night as well. Soft organic mixed with the Who type. Yes, I will look that up and I will see if I can mix that into my repertoire, definitely everything, and see what I can come up with. Thank you, Lift Pizzas, for coming on, and yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Barb, for coming to my stream and everything like that. Uh, like I said, if you guys want to hear this stuff again, I will do this once again for sure. Pink Floyd's Momentary Lapse with Reason meets the You. Yeah, it sounds, and I love Pink Floyd for sure. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, all right, I will say goodnight then. You guys have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you guys next time.